Or it should be tones. We'll check that.
Councillor Penner.
When we talk about re-graveling, 640 kilometres is about a third of the county, correct, a year?
Through the reeve, Councillor Penner, yes. So that's what we've always strived for is the third of the county. So some roads get more, those arterial collectors, you know, sometimes they're a little bit wider. They need gravel every 2 years sometimes. And some don't need it, you know, even 5 years, you know. 7's probably pushing it, but 5, there's roads out there we probably haven't gravel for 5 that really aren't a heavy traffic, but they're still a gravel road. So they still, to maintain them, put that somewhere in there, so.
Councillor King.
Brad, could you give us an idea how many kilometers, miles, whatever, of dust abatement we do for our own purposes when we're hauling and whatever, just an average per year, and a rough idea of what that costs?
Through the reeve there, Councillor King. It costs us about $22,000. So for haul routes to a few other ones where we've had washboard issues on hills in the past. Again, going forward, some of our stockpile sites may get reduced with the Super B. If we go to another Super B, again, we can travel farther without having to move that gravel from one site to another site. So we could see that reduce. I don't know the exact meters off the top of my head right now, but I can find that information out and get back to you. So.
Okay, thanks. I think the dollar number is probably as important as the number of meters, so thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Buchert? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I would like to move that we approve the policy 13-2 as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to approve policy 13-2 as presented. Are there any questions prior to the vote? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. All right, Brad, 13-6-2.
Okay, going forward from that policy now, there's a couple that we want to rescind now that they're drafted within 13-2. So 5.2 is administration recommends deleting policy 13-6-2 as the policy is reflected within policy 13-2, transportation, grader, and gravel services. So we're looking to rescind policy 13-6, would allow having one document, 13-2, outlining the standards and guidelines regarding the gravel specifications.
Thanks, Brad. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that we rescind policy 13-6-2, gravel specifications.
Okay, we have a motion before us to rescind policy 13-6-2. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, policy 13-28.
So again, RFD 5.3, administration recommends deleting policy 13-28 as the policy is reflected within policy 13-2, transportation, grader, gravel services. Rescinding policy 13-28 would allow having one document, 13-2, transportation, grader, gravel specifications, outlining the standards and guidelines regarding snowplowing of county road allowances and snowplowing and grading private driveways.
Thanks, Brad. It's council's wishes. Councillor Penner.
I'd make that motion to rescind policy 13-28, snow plowing of county road allowances and snow plowing or grading of private driveways.
All righty, we have a motion before us to rescind policy 13-28. Discussion? None. Call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All righty, 5.4, policy 13-38.
RFD 5.4, as part of this council's ongoing review of current policies and in particular policies that have not been reviewed for a period of time exceeding 4 years. Policy 1338, brush and tree control road allowance, is presented to the council for the review. So the new amendments proposed would provide a current guideline regarding the federal migratory bird convection act, I can't say that word, that must be considered removing trees, brush when a nest is present or during the nesting period, April through August. So the purpose is to establish a policy for removal of trees and brush from county road allowances. The added policy procedure is inspections of county road allowances for brush control will be completed by county staff annually within department or determined control areas. Added to this is under the Federal Migratory Bird Act, no disturbance to nests or nesting birds is allowed during breeding and nesting periods. So April through August. If the trees or brush are to be taken down during this period, a professional biologist within the realm of the wetland sciences needs to be contracted out to identify any nesting birds within that area. So that's just basically an update of that policy that we're following, that federal regulation. So as we seen this, I think on Range Road 251 last year, that was some of the issues on the Sharples Road that we couldn't, or 225 I should say, that we couldn't start that project until the nesting birds had disappeared. So
Any questions? Councillor Christie.
When you're brushing with that hoe, I've seen several areas where there's big trees that are knocked down just to the main trunk that lean into where you brushed. Would they not be better to be cut off? It'd just look better, probably be safer, but I've got several places where there's 8 and 10 inch trees that are gonna die because we took the top off, but that stump is 15 feet long and just looks like we didn't finish the job.
okay, through the Reeve, Councillor Christie. I can look at those. If you've got those identified areas or know where those are, let me know. It is to take it down to the ground and remove the whole thing. So if there are those roads out there that you've seen, if you can identify those and let me know, and I'll make sure that we get those taken care of, because that is what we want to do, is take them right down to the ground, stump grind them, and get rid of them, so. Five miles west? Okay. Okay. The only thing we would have to look at is on those is if they're on our land or if they're on private land. So if they're, yeah. Okay.
So I have a question for you, Brad.
Yep.
I take it we don't have a professional biologist with the realm of wetland sciences on staff?
No, we don't. So that would have to be contracted out. So we'd hire WSP. They would have one of their staff members, one of their biologists come out, and they would have to do an assessment through there and then say, yeah, it's all clear, and then we can proceed. So and that's only through that period of April through August. So after that, you can chip away. So.
Okay, I'm a little concerned because I'm pretty sure if somebody drives by and sees a bird flying out there, you don't have to be a professional biologist with a realm of wetland sciences degree to figure out that it's a bird nesting in a tree. When that happens, I guess that's when you proceed with the professional biologist?
Yes, anything like through that policy, that being a federal policy, is that we have to follow that policy. So we
Okay,
could,
so regardless of, they're gonna go through there and look.
yes, you would have to, no matter what, during that period, hire a biologist
Okay.
to go through there and look at all those trees and say, yes, there's no nesting, only during that period. And that's why brushing, we basically do that within the winter months, so we don't have to deal with April through August, so.
So are ravens, magpies considered migratory?
They could be. There is a list of birds on that act, and I do believe magpies are on there. I'm not sure about ravens, but magpies are on that list, so. Yeah. It's very similar to federally DFO regulated policies for water.
Well, it's a good thing we don't have fish nesting up in the trees. All right. Thanks for the info. What's Councillor King?
Just a point of clarification, item 9, should that read that the county will not engage in any brush control activities on private land until a written
Will
agreement?
not, that's correct. Yeah. Good catch.
Okay, and there's an I after the until that, or an L
Oh.
or something that could probably be removed there as well.
Okay.
Councillor King?
So saying that, I would move that council approves policy 13-38 with the minor amendment, brush control and tree control on road allowances.
Okay, we have a motion to approve policy 13-38 with the slight amendments. Is there any discussion to that policy, to that motion? Seeing as none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Gonna need a break here from you, Brad, pretty quick.
Yeah, only one left.
Okay, next agenda item 5.5, development, undeveloped road allowances.
Okay, in RFD 5.5. So we have Mark and Jenna Grayway have requested the development of an undeveloped road allowance, Range Road 255, for approximately 250 meters for the purpose of accessing southeast of 73225 to a new proposed residence. So road development inspection was done. They completed the form. WSP came out, did the assessment. So from that assessment, the construction of a drainage ditch along the south side of the roadway would need to be installed. Installation of a centerline culvert, which would allow for drainage, for ditch drainage northbound. Construct the roadway to meet vertical alignment requirements at approximately 0.75. It's recommended that the existing power line support wire be relocated so it doesn't encroach into the roadway. And it is recommended that all road construction activities adhere to current Kneehill County design standards for low-grade gravel roadway. So within that, we have a map of where that is located. So the approximate 250 meters is right through the northeast of 63225. There's a top northeast corner of that is what's going to be developed for the 250 to access that north quarter. There's also pictures of the existing dirt or undeveloped road allowance and the guide wire. And we've got Schedule A of our local roads, limited access road to be developed, so a 6-meter top. It'd be basically a dead-end road and end right at their residence, so. All costs will be at the expense of the developer, as per our policy, so. They'd like to start this road this year if the weather permitted. If not, they would do this next year. And then we would look after that, after it's developed, it would become part of the Kneehill County road infrastructure, so.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Any questions from council? Councillor Kiever?
I suppose the biggest problem is going to be getting the power company to move that brace wire, eh?
Through the Reeve, Councillor Kiever, we've been in contact with the power company, so I don't think it's going to be that bad. Those poles are fairly old, so they're probably going to want to upgrade them anyway, so they were going to look at that and get back to us. Probably the issue maybe is timing of when they will remove that to when these guys want to maybe get the road done. However, they are aware of if the weather turns or if the power line can't get moved, that construction would probably come next year. And then they would look at just still developing their house over the winter, so.
Any other questions? Councillor Penner?
Just a quick question, Brad. You said they pay the developer pays the cost of it, but once it's completed, it becomes which means the grader will grade it. That's what you're saying? Yeah.
Through the reeve, Councillor Penner, yes. So that, as per our policy, it's 100% no more cost share for residents. So it's 100% their cost there to get the road developed. And once it's built, then we take it over for grading and graveling, so.
Deputy Reeve McGee?
I'd like to move to approve the development to county standards of the undeveloped road allowance located at Range Road 25-5 with the northeast 063225 west of 4 for approximately 250 meters to access southeast 73225 west of the 4 with all costs to the project incurred by the applicant.
Thank you. We have a motion before us as presented on the screen in front of us. Is there any discussion to that motion? No discussion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thanks, Brad.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item, 6.1.1, Master Rates Adjustment. Welcome, Barb.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve, members of council. So changes to the recently approved land use bylaw has included some uses that were not previously considered or listed in the fee schedule included for the planning department. So administration is proposing the following changes or amendments to the master rate bylaw. I'm not going to read through them all, but I will just highlight a couple. So some of them are new uses. Some have been things that we've removed, and then there's a couple that we've just changed the terminology just to better define what people are actually applying for. And then we have also added some special events permits. We had approved that bylaw earlier a couple months ago, and so we've added some fees for special events as well. And then we have reduced the food truck mobile vendor fees, just hopefully to incur some activity in those regards. So in conversation with Mr. Clausen from Parks. So our recommended motion is that council move to adopt the fees and that they are included in the next update of the master rates bylaw.
Does council have any questions for Ms. Hazelton? Councillor Penner.
Can you elaborate on what a public event is, please?
So yeah, so the special events bylaw does talk about that. So there's quite a few exceptions, nonprofit, private, any of those things. So we are talking about public events on our property. And then we have clarified as 150 people greater or less than as to what the fees would be. So I don't have that one with me for the full definition, but there is a lot of exemptions. So weddings, anything that's private, but if you're selling tickets, whether there's a fee or not, and it's open to the public, then they would fall into the special events.
Councillor Keever.
The stripping and excavation permit, $200, does that mean any dirt moved?
No, so that is only if you don't have another development permit. So if you are looking to, for example, we just issued one for the Sunterra greenhouse because they wanted to do some prep work. It's at their risk because they aren't approved yet and they are aware of that. But if we do run into developments where that is the case, then they can apply for an excavation permit. But if you're getting a development permit, example for a house, you aren't going to pay to strip. We know you're going to do that with your development permit for a house or with anything else. So as long as you're doing that contiguously with your permit, you don't need it separate. But it creates an opportunity for somebody that needs to do something outside of a development permit. We probably would very rarely use it, to be honest. We've had a couple people ask, and we didn't have that available in the past, so as I said, they do it at their risk.
So that would not include dugouts.
No, we don't approve dugouts, they're exempt. So, and borrow pits are exempt.
Any other questions from council? It's council's wishes. Councillor King.
Just to clarify, you say dugouts or borrow pits are exempt, but they still fall within setback rules, right?
Correct. They fall within setbacks for us, and then they do fall under Alberta Environment's approvals, depending on size and use. So we let them deal with it. And we do use a little bit bigger setback to property lines for dugouts than our typical setback, so, but the road setback's the same.
Councillor King.
I would make the motion then that council move to adopt the additional fees for land use bylaw 1808 as presented.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion before us to adopt the additional fees for land use bylaw 1808 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. We have Councillor Penner.
I'll make the motion that council direct administration to include these fees in the next update of the master rates bylaw.
Okay, we have a motion before us to include an update. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously.
Thank you.
All righty. Our next agenda item will be 6.2.1, community engagement, and oh, wait a minute. Why is that? Okay, yep. Six 6.12, is that where we're going?
I think so.
Okay. Yep, that's where we're going.
All right.
Welcome, Deanna.
Welcome. Good morning, Reeve and members
the
of
page.
council. This is a request to amend our newly adopted bylaw 1808. Roger Reynolds and Renee French have applied to redesignate approximately a half-acre portion of the southwest of 2730, 25 west of the 4th, Plan 1210619, Block 1, Lot 2, from the Ag District to Agricultural Business District. The subject parcel is accessed by Township Road 30-4, which is commonly known as the Linden East Road. This is a 10.4 acre parcel. The portion of land to be rezoned encompasses 2 existing greenhouses and a small area for a future development. Below are the potential uses that can potentially be introduced on the lands that have been redesignated to ag business. So under, and as you can see, H, greenhouse commercial, is a permitted use should this be approved. My motion today is, while you guys have options, you can either move first reading of proposed bylaw 1827 and schedule the public hearing for November 10th, 2020 at 10 a.m. for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1827 for the redesignation of a portion of the southwest of 2730, 25 west of the 4th, Plan 1210619, Block 1, Lot 2, from the Ag District to Ag Business District. Or you can schedule the public hearing for an alternate date or proceed looking for further information.
Thanks, Deanna. Any questions? It's council's wishes. Councillor King.
So I would make the motion then that council move first reading of proposed bylaw 1827 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by redesignating a portion of the southwest 2730-25 west of 4, plan 1210619, block 1, lot 2, from the agriculture district to agricultural business district.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to have first reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Somebody want to, Councillor Penner?
I'll make the motion that we schedule a public hearing as per section 230 and 692 of the Municipal Government Act to be held on November 10th, 2020 at 10 a.m.
All righty, we have a motion to hold public hearing November 10th at 10 a.m. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Now we're going to go to 6.2.1. Welcome, Mr. McKiernan. Had you scared there for a while today?
I did, yeah. Good morning, Reeve, members of council. This morning I bring forth request for decision 6.2.1, community engagement, Three Hills Water, East Water. A presentation to council was given at the September 15th, 2020 Committee of the Whole meeting in regards to the possible construction of a residential water system east of Three Hills. A recommendation was made to explore the interest with the residents/ratepayers within the specified area designated on the presented map that's within the package. This engagement would likely be part of administration's 2021 work plan. Engaging with the ratepayers will allow council and administration to gauge the interest of a municipal water system within the defined area. The engagement will be a useful tool to help council determine the demand and allow for discussion on the pre-engineering if so desired. Administration would draft a small survey with a description of the project description of the intention of the project and the communication, and it will be completed and distributed the first quarter of 2021. Administration notes that this would be a very preliminary engagement used to determine if further time and resources on this topic should occur. Approving this initiative does not mean that any project is guaranteed to move forward. The county currently has no capital funding strategy for this project in place. So some options for council to look at is to direct administration engage with the residents within the defined area of the Three Hills East, shown on the map that is attached, and to gauge the interest in the municipal water supply system. Another option is direct administration to engage with the residents within an area defined other than this one by council to gauge the interest as well in a water municipal service. And you can also receive this as information.
Okay, thanks, John. Does council have any questions? Comments?
Reeve, if I could just mention again that the area that we're talking about is the orange on the map that is presented.
It's appropriate, seeing so Halloween's around the corner.
That's right.
Everything's orange. Councillor Penner.
We've been discussing this for some time now, and I think the next step is for us to go ahead and engage with the residents. So I'd like to make the motion that we direct administration to engage with the residents within the defined area east of Three Hills to gauge the interest in the municipal water supply system.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion in front of us to direct administration to engage with the residents with a survey. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thanks, Mr. McKiernan.
Thank you.
All righty, our next agenda item 6.3.1, policy 1-29. Welcome, Mr. Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve and council. So this is the policy 1-29, the agricultural pests and nuisance species policy, and it's just being brought back as part of our annual review, or not annual, but regular policy review period. Again, these are just more of those same policies we put through the Ag Service Board back in August and are bringing them slowly to council after that. So this first one is kind of the overarching policy for Agricultural Pest Act and nuisance species, and kind of gives that overarching view. And then there's more specific policies following that. This one had some minor grammatical changes and some clarifying wording, and also we put in similar points that were within the Weed Control Act that we felt should also be within this act to create consistency through the policies. So those are kind of, you can see the changes there in red, and council's options are to approve as recommended by the ASB, approve, recommend as recommended by ASB with amendments, or just maintain the current policy.
Okay, thanks, Bowen. Is there any questions for Mr. Clausen? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to approve policy 1-29, agricultural pests and nuisance species as recommended by the Agricultural Service Board, seeing as how I'm not defined as a pest or a nuisance.
Let's vote on that. All right, we have a motion before us to approve policy 1-29 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. All right, 6.3.2.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So this is another policy underneath the agricultural pests category. This one's more specific to grasshoppers. This again was taken to the board for review, and this one is being recommended to be deleted as it's mostly procedural in nature and not required as a policy, but also if in the event that a natural disaster or emergency is declared, that would be brought to council, and any motions or considerations to what to do to help producers or protect the county would be through council at that time. So this may actually hinder or slow some things, and it'll be brought to council in any event. So it was felt that it was not necessary as a policy anymore. But the same options that council deletes as recommended by the ASB, council amends the policy, or council maintains the current policy.
Okay, what's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I think it's great that we don't carry things we don't need, with especially our own special red tape deduction probably. So I would like to move that we delete policy 1-29-1 as written.
All right, we have a motion before us to delete policy 1-29-1. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. 6.3.3. Coyotes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Reeve and council. So this is specific to coyote control, and again was brought forward to the board for review. This one had some minor grammatical changes As well, we removed some redundant statements that are in that overarching policy for agricultural pests that didn't need to also be in this one. And also we added some clarifying wording. Not a lot of changes in general when you look at it, but just a couple things. You'll notice the snare devices and control use, those are taken back by Alberta Ag and Forestry. They took those, as well as the M or 1040s are there too. They don't issue those anymore.
Okay, are there any questions for Bowen? Councillor King?
In what was formerly .9, it refers to unused tablets, and then it says, or other devices must be returned to the issuing municipal authority. If we no longer are issuing snares, are there any devices other than tablets that we are issuing? And so could that statement, other devices, be removed or not?
That could be removed because, yeah, currently the only thing being issued is the tablets now. So that's, yeah, we can remove that point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just as a clarification.
Yep. No, that's good.
Because unless we're issuing traps or snares or something else, really all we're currently providing is the tablets, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Poison?
Yeah.
Councillor Petter?
Just a question, Bowen. It's very hard to be able to use the tablets. You got to really prove that it's caused by that. Have you worked with other municipalities with some of their traps? Have you gone and got that for our residents for them to use and return them? I'm just wondering about taking that out. Have we ever done that in the past? Like, you know, the cages and that kind of stuff?
Not specific to coyotes, no. No, the province regulates the coyote one pretty heavily, so it's snares. It was the M44s that were available, and then the cyanide, or the tablets there. And now they don't offer the two prior, the snares or tablets, and it's just a tablet, or snares and cyanide anymore, so those are kind of that's the only option other than shooting them and stuff. And so we do know a bunch of trappers and people that like doing that, or hydrites, and so we usually give out those names to producers when they call as another option. But yeah, we haven't heard many other options there.
Are there any other questions for Bowen? Councillor King?
So then I would make the motion that we approve the policy 1-29-2 agricultural pests coyotes as recommended by the Agricultural Service Board with the amendment.
Thank you. We have a motion before us to approve policy 1-29-2 as presented. As amended. Is there any discussion to that? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Why don't we just eliminate coyotes, period? Okay, our next one, 6.3.4, Clubroot.
Okay. So this is the final policy underneath the agricultural pests kind of grouping, and this one's specific to Clubroot. Again, this was reviewed by the board at the August 21st meeting and recommended to council for approval. This one has some minor grammatical changes that can be seen, as well as the clarifying wording within it. This policy was a couple years ago put through our legal counsel, and they basically created it and made sure it aligns with the act, and we're following that. So there's not really a lot that needs to be modified in it, but you can see the minor changes that were made for it.
Any questions for Mr. Closen? Councillor King?
I'm soon going to be defined as a pest under your guidelines. Point 6. So it says the notice will prohibit for a period of 3 years, and then thereafter only clubroot resistant crop varieties may be planted. There's really no reference to anything happening after that first initial 3-year restriction. So would it, do we need to clarify that the rule continues to apply going forward into the future? Or is that something that we just have a conversation with the producer about? So if they get a notice and the notice says they can't grow canola for, they're limited now to the 1 in 4, so they have a minimum 3 years before they could grow the next crop. It doesn't say in there or doesn't specify in the policy anywhere what happens after they go through that initial exclusion period. So technically, they could not grow canola for the 3 years, grow a clubroot variety, and then fall back into their pattern of canola, canola, wheat, canola, or whatever they were doing previously, because it doesn't specify that they then have to stay on a minimum 1 in 4 rotation going forward. Just wondering if we need to be more specific or clarify or somehow outline that it's that the 1 in 4 rule applies on a longer term basis than the initial 1 in 4 period.
Yes, Councillor King, we could definitely add something. We could make that reference in perpetuity that they follow use of resistant varieties going forward after the end of the notice period, or something like that, if that's council's wishes. But yeah, no, you're correct. I don't see anything.
Yeah, just, you know, as a follow-up, it doesn't imply that they have to follow that pattern other than the first 4 years, right? And you and I and everyone who's involved in agriculture knows that that problem doesn't go away after the first 4 years. And so we need to use language that suggests, no, it doesn't suggest, that tells them that they are going to be involved in that type of a program for an extended period of time.
Oh, that's Councillor King, that's a very good point, because they could very well currently just go back to a resistant variety basically and carry on as they were. But yeah, we could definitely make that change. Is there wording that you would like to recommend possibly or discuss for that, or?
I didn't go that far in my thinking, other than last night when I was reading it, that's the question that popped in my head. You know, I think it's implied, but it's not specified. So unless you're going to issue a notice at the end of the 4 years again, saying technically they've gone through what we've requested, which is a 4-year period where they didn't grow that canola, and then they grew a clubroot variety, and then after that, then what?
Yeah, start all over again.
So I guess, because I haven't given any thought to it and no one else in the room has, I'm wondering if it'd be the right thing to do is just to postpone this to another meeting and bring it back, or suggest it comes back, so you have a chance to put some language around that.
So is that your motion, Councillor King, to bring it back at a future date?
Sure, I'd make that motion, that we review that language and bring the policy back to another council meeting at a future date.
Okay. Councillor Christie.
I just have a question. On our farm, we've made a lot of fields from 1/4 to a section or 3/4. When it's identified on say a 3/4 parcel, do you take out 1/4, or you got to take out the whole 3/4, or do we have to specify that?
Under the Act, it's pretty just specific to the lands. So it's the whole land as a entity itself. It's all encompassing. And I know it's been discussed in different areas, but I know Strathcona, Leduc, the ones that are hit the hardest and have almost every field, they're still, the entire quarter's out. They don't do small pieces of that quarter or anything. But I know it has been discussed at different canola meetings and stuff. What if we just took out the 10 acres or whatever? But currently that's,
Well, I'm more concerned about, we take out a quarter, but it still affects the other half section beside it. Like that's, you got 3 different land titles on there that, is that a loophole or not?
yeah, that could. It's, just, sorry to Councillor Christie's comments, we'd have to find it on that piece of land too. So if it's only found on the 1 quarter, then that one would be declared. But if they're farming straight through the whole half there, and it's only found on the 1 but not on the other, we could only issue on the 1 quarter, even though the likelihood is very, very high. But we also have, under the Act, there is leniency. The wording is if we suspect, even, it doesn't even have to be confirmed, but if we suspect it could possibly be, we could put that under notice as well. So that gives us that, we could then put the whole half under notice, just because we suspect it could be there, even though we weren't able to find it on the lands. Yeah, so we could follow that practice there with the Act. It does give some good workable tools for us to use and powers under the Act, so that is nice to have that there. But
Any other questions for Bowen? Okay, we do have a motion on the floor that states direct administration to bring back policy 1-29-3, agricultural pests Clubroot, to a future council meeting with further information. Is there any more discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
okay.
Is anybody looking for a break? Okay, we are recessing for a few minutes. Thank you.
So we'll just decide what we want to charge. If he wants to charge water and garbage to them, administration fee, right? Sounded the same one, because he's gonna own these meters, he's gonna buy it, he's gonna install them, he'll own them, if they freeze them, he'll be licensed. We're just
Sorry, my first time using the new mics. I bring to you today the Emergency Management Bylaw. And just to give you some background, Kneehill Regional Emergency Management Agency, CREMA, was formed in 2009 and now exists under a 2013 agreement in terms of reference signed by all of the partners: Kneehill County, Town of Three Hills, Town of Trochu, Village of Linden, Carbon, and Acme. However, we all have different bylaws which do not match the regional agreement and the terms that were originally intended. The legislation, I've just highlighted some of the legislation points below. I'm not going to go over all of them, but the LEMR is the Local Authority Emergency Management Regulation, and it states that a local authority can be represented by a joint committee under that section 11.3 of the Act, and it shall establish by bylaw setting out those powers and duties that are delegated to that joint committee, and so that's what we're attempting to do today. So the regional plan and action plans are still going to be inputted into the regional plan. So you have the regional plan that's very general for all the different municipalities, like an evacuation is an evacuation, right? The evacuation plan is the same. However, Kneehill County will have their own specific action plans for, say, the Kirkpatrick area for flooding, right? So it would be very still specific for Kneehill County, would input those action plans. Emergency social services, in our current regional plan, we have delegated to the FCSS as the official. We do need an official agreement kind of going forward following this. And so that will be something that we'll definitely be working on. So the benefits to move CREMA to an official regional emergency management agency by ministerial order allows the following. So I've just kind of listed a few of the benefits there. So the Act, the Emergency Management Act and the LEMR requirements would be able to be fulfilled by one advisory committee and one emergency management agency. And so right now we technically have to have 4 meetings every year, at least 4 meetings every year. And so there's an advisory committee right now for Kneehill County, and then there'd be an advisory committee for the region, and then there'd be an agency meeting for the county and an agency meeting for the region right now. That's kind of how it sits. Until we get the ministerial order, then we can move to just a regional advisory committee and a regional agency. Again, it doesn't mean that Kneehill County is by itself, or is not going to be involved, but it cuts down on a couple of those meetings and potential conflicts between the 2 advisory committees. So the regional bodies would be groups responsible for filling legislative responsibilities on behalf of all community partners. So I'm just going to kind of draw your attention to one of the parts in the bylaw. So that's part 4, number 11, and it says, number 10 says, if it's only in Kneehill County, we would only be worried about Kneehill County. We can still act upon ourselves. If it's multiple jurisdictions, so if it happens in Three Hills and Kneehill County, we would enact the agency. And so you might have people from, say, the town of Three Hills that is acting as the DEM for the whole region, which includes both of us, right? Which would include the entire across boundaries. So I just kind of wanted to bring that to your attention. So this committee is, it has 1 counselor from every municipality on it, the advisory committee. And then they'd also have a alternate also appointed to that advisory committee. And then the same with the agency. The agency includes your CIOs. It's more of an administrative on the plan. The benefits of going to the regional emergency management agency and advisory committee, you also have a greater pool of municipal staff, that's DEMs and DDEMs, which would be helpful in any organization. The rest of the municipalities have passed this in all of their councils. We're the last ones just from the way the meetings fell. And so the ministerial order. Upon all partner municipalities passing the bylaw and agreement, a ministerial order would be applied for. This would mean that we'd only need one advisory committee and one agency, as I stated before. And so council options are to pass all 3 readings of bylaw 1826 as presented, or to send back to administration for further research.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Grassfield. Are there any questions from council? What are council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd move first reading to bylaw 1826, that being a bylaw for the purpose of establishing a regional municipal emergency management committee and agency.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion that we approve, or that we move first reading to bylaw 1826. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. First reading. Councillor Penner.
I would make the motion that council moves second reading, second reading be given to bylaw 1826, sorry.
All right, we have a motion to proceed with second reading. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Christie.
Make the motion to that unanimous consent for third reading and final reading be given to bylaw 1826.
All righty, we have a motion for consent for third reading. All those in favor? And that was carried unanimously. Councillor Kiever.
I move that third and final reading be given to bylaw 1826.
All righty, we have a motion to have third and final reading for bylaw 1826. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, our next agenda item. You gonna be able to do this one in 10 minutes, Deb?
Absolutely.
Okay, you know I'm gonna time it. All right, 6.4.2, Emergency Management Agreement. Anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Council. So this is kind of a secondary part of the bylaw. This is the agreement that we as a region will all work together on the advisory committee and the agency. So the recommendation is that Council moves to authorize the Reeve and CIO to sign the Regional Emergency Management Agreement as presented. The background is much the same. The benefits is that, again, we'll all be working together and we'll all have the same bylaw, same agreement, and same pool of municipal staff to pull from. And the follow-up action items include notification to the other partner municipalities on the decision. We're going to submit then the ministerial order upon confirmation from the other partners passing the bylaw. And then at your organizational meeting, we would also appoint the advisory members and the advisory committee members from this council. So that's the action, follow-up action. Council options then are to approve the Regional Emergency Management Agreement as presented or send back to administration for future research.
Thanks, Deb. Any questions from council?
And sorry, one more thing on the agreement. The agreement also sets out a regional coordinator, so somebody that's actually in charge of the plan. Right now, Kneehill County, myself, has been kind of running that regional plan, but it's all set out in the partnership agreement this time around.
Okay, thank you. What's council's wishes? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move to authorize the REEV and the CAO to sign the Regional Emergency Management Agreement dated October 30th, 2020, as presented.
Okay, we have a motion before us to authorize to sign the Regional Emergency Management Agreement. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Well,
Thank you,
you made it
Council.
with time to spare there, Deb.
Thank you.
Okay. I think because we've got a public hearing starting in 6 minutes, we will adjourn, or not adjourn, we'll recess. And we'll start again at 10 a.m. Okay. Thanks, Lori. Okay, it is 10 o'clock, and our agenda says public meeting starts at 10. So I shall call for a motion that the public hearing for bylaw 1825 be opened. Somebody, Councillor King moves. All those in favor? And that is carried. I have some announcements to make prior to, well, I guess it's not prior to because we are in public hearing. If any person interested in speaking for or against the proposed bylaw 1825 and haven't done so already should register their names on the appropriate speakers list so your names may be correctly recorded into the minutes. If you not have already done so, please see Jenna Kester in the lobby to register your name on this list. The use of audio recording devices and cameras by the press or public is prohibited. I would now like to introduce council at this time, starting from my far right.
Jim Hugo.
Glenn Keever.
Ken King.
Jerry Whitstock.
Fay McGee.
Debbie Penner?
Wade Christie?
Okay, and also seated with council is Mr. Hogan, our Chief Administrative Officer. I will now outline the meeting process. Individuals speaking for or against bylaw 1825 today will be allowed 5 minutes to speak. A spokesman speaking on behalf of a group petition may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes. We have a time clock which will be displayed on the screen. At 2 minutes it'll turn yellow, 1 minute it'll turn red, and when the clock hits 0 there will be a 5-second warning that your speaking time is complete. All questions to council will be directed to myself as chair, and I will direct the question to the person best suited to answer. No questions will be taken from the gallery. No debate will be allowed. When presenting, speakers shall state their name and address. If you have not already submitted a letter on or before the advertised deadline, you may only address council at this hearing on new information not contained in your letter. Any person who would like to present using an electronic presentation will bring their USB flash drive to the presenter's desk, where the staff member will open the file at the presenter's laptop. The order of presentations to be made to council today will be, and it's a long list. Firstly, administration will present an overview and summary regarding bylaw 1825. The applicant shall state their name and present their application within a time period of 20 minutes. Third, the members of council can ask questions for clarification to the applicant. Fourth, the chair shall open the floor to presentations from the public who are in favor of the proposed bylaw. The order of these presentations will be made in the following order. Administration will come forward and read written submissions. Individuals will be called in the order as they appear on the individual speakers list. Group speakers will be called in the order they appear on the group speakers list. Fifthly, the chair shall open the floor to presentations from the public who are in opposition to the proposed bylaw. The order of these presentations will be in the following order. Administration will come forward and read the written submissions. Individuals will be called in the order as they appear on the individual speakers list. Group speakers will be called in the order as they appear on the group speakers list. Council members are allowed to ask questions of clarification to the individual groups speaking to the proposed bylaw. Sixth, after hearing from those persons on the speakers list in support or in opposition, I will ask anyone else present wishes to speak in support or opposition to the proposed bylaw. Seventh, the applicant will get a chance for rebuttal, which will be no longer than 10 minutes. Eighth, allow questions for clarification from council members to the applicant. And I will now ask our Planning and Development Department to come forward and make their presentation. Welcome, Barb.
Good morning, council. Oh, perfect. So we're here today for the public hearing for the redesignation from agriculture to ag business district bylaw 1825. So as required by legislation and specifically to section 606 of the Municipal Government Act, we are required to advertise twice. We have sent the advertisements into the paper 3 times. We did give notices to adjacent landowners and referral agencies. We did a blanket mail out to all Acme mailboxes. The village of Acme was notified, and it was been on our website since that time. So the purpose today is to consider the redesignation of approximately 121.56 acres within a portion of the southwest of 302925 from ag to ag business for commercial greenhouses. This falls under the agricultural business permitted uses in Land Use Bylaw 1808. For a summary of the project, the applicants propose to construct a world-class technologically advanced glass greenhouse to produce tomatoes and strawberries. The long-term plan is to have 70 to 75 acres of commercial greenhouse producing locally grown produce. The initial phase will be approximately 20 acres with construction starting in the fall of 2020 with anticipated completion in the fall of 2021. And they are proposing to use a tri-generation system. The facility will recycle all of the water used in the production as well as rainwater and snowmelt from the roof. Supplemental water may be required and will be supplied by water wells and connecting to the municipal system. They are proposing to have a 1 to 2 million gallon hot water storage for heat. Wastewater generated will only be from the washroom and lunchroom use. The expectation will be that they can tie into the Village of Acme system as the capacity allocated to Solterra d'Italia is not fully utilized. Approximately 50 jobs will be created by phase 1, and overall we're looking at 170-80 with the full project. In four rooms will be 17 acres, and they will be incorporating blackout blinds into the greenhouse itself. Production from the greenhouse will be strawberries and tomatoes. There will be no retail sales available from the greenhouse itself. Biosecurity is very important, so visitors will be limited. The products are expected to be available locally through existing retail food stores and also sold across Alberta, the Prairie provinces, and beyond. The output will equal about 1 semi-truck load of product per day, so additional traffic will be minimal. So here's the summary of the location. Again, it's the southwest of 302925. It's on Highway 575 on the south and Range Road 260 on the west. This is a 121-acre parcel north of Acme. A roadside development permit will be required from Alberta Transportation, and the applicant at this time would prefer highway access, but again, those are things that are considered by Alberta Transportation, and they will dictate the standard and whether or not turning lanes are required, depending on the size of this development going in. So planning considerations, it does fall within our newly approved intermunicipal development plan with Acme. And the specific site is noted in that plan to be set aside as commercial or industrial zone, so it is in keeping with our intermunicipal development plan. In the municipal development plan, we do have agricultural objectives and goals, and so I just wanted to highlight a few of those that are applicable. So one of the things that was a council vision is to allow permission of alternative farming practices, providing they meet federal and provincial regulations, to encourage the ag industry to employ practices that protect and enhance the environment and natural resources such as water, air, and soil, to work with urban partners to promote value-added agricultural manufacturing industries to the region, to encourage diversification and innovation in the agricultural sector, and to site near major transportation routes when feasible. Under the economic goals and objectives in the municipal development plan, again, is to encourage economic development in identified centers and hamlets to maximize the use of municipal servicing and infrastructure, to create employment opportunities for the local population, to balance economic development opportunities that are adjacent and compatible along transportation corridors, and to ensure all appropriate development standards are achieved. And I will say that this one is in a growth center that's been highlighted in our municipal development plan as well. Under the land use bylaw, the purpose of the agricultural business district is to provide a district where specific agricultural uses for commercial purposes can be accommodated on a smaller scale, and this includes non-traditional agriculture. And again, just a reminder that if they're successful in their redesignation, when we're talking about really deep specifics, those come out through the development permit process. This is an overview, and this is land use, and then the details come out in that process. So they would be, if rezoned, considered a permitted use in the agricultural business district. So just so you know where they align, and those are some of the other uses that would be available in the permitted uses. So we do have some site photos as well. Some of these were given to us by the applicant, and then some we've incorporated also. So you'll see the proximity on the right to Acme. So you can see the Acme is just south of the highway there, so they are in very close proximity. And then what you see is highlighted in yellow on the right-hand side is their proposed first phase. So my expectation is that will be the site plan that we see coming in with the development permit. So that's approximately how much land. So the first phase, we're talking 20 acres or give or take a bit. And then this is some of what the greenhouse itself will look like. The products that they are looking at, several varieties of tomatoes, and I think they're looking at several varieties of strawberries as well. And again, here is just some site images. So this is the approach off the highway access into the site. And you will see they have done some excavation already. They do have a permit that we've issued for that. And they've got a topsoil stockpile that will get used the majority on the site. And then here's a few others. With our circulation, we've only received one letter in favor and no letters in opposition and nothing from agencies. We are working with Alberta Transportation right now just to determine their process and what they need. But again, that will be more development permit related, and they will have to supply us with that roadside development permit once they receive it. So, and that ends my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hazelton. Are there any questions from council to the planner? I have one question. Could you back it up maybe 10 or 12 slides? I lost count. But there was something to do with 17 acres in there. I just wanted a little clarification in there. Keep going back. Back. Oh, keep going back.
All right.
Oh,
Oh, 4 rooms.
Four rooms.
Where it'll be 17 acres for 4 rooms within the
Okay,
greenhouse.
so that's not one room, 17 acres, it's.
No, 4,
Okay.
correct. I guess you can clarify with the applicant, but that's just from my notes from our meeting, so. So there will
well, now that
be
I
4
see it-
rooms within 17 acres.
Okay, now that I see it again, it makes, I understand.
Okay,
Are
sorry.
there any other questions for the planner? Okay, if there are no other questions, I will now ask the applicant to come forward to make your presentation. If you could state your name, that would be great, Ray.
Sure. Ray. Live down towards Acme, obviously on the farm. Appreciate the opportunity to present to council. Barb summarized it very well. The only things I would add is that we want to continue to develop the agriculture and agri-food, what we call it a bit of a cluster down in that area. We think that it's a good opportunity with the solitaire plant, our pig operations, my brother's cattle operations, with this greenhouse, and we've actually got some other interest for people to come if we can get the infrastructure in place to be able to accommodate. There's a crushing plant that wants to come into specialty, small one, that's considering coming to Alberta, and we'd like to see whether they would like to come into this area, and then also some other ancillary agri-food type businesses. So that's kind of our idea, and this is a part of the development that we'd like to see happen. The idea for us here is that it's 17.5 acres of roughly of tomatoes in the 4 rooms, and then we'll have 1 2-acre, a little bit over 2-acre spot for strawberries. If the strawberries go well, we'll expand that side of it. Not too many people, in fact, I don't know of anybody in Alberta that actually grows greenhouse or strawberries in a glass greenhouse. There is a couple in Ontario, so we think it's a good opportunity to have high-quality strawberries available locally, but they're also a little bit higher cost. So we're going to test that out, see how it goes. If it goes well, we'll expand that part, but we do anticipate expanding the tomato side through the next few years if everything goes well there too. We really believe that value-added food is important. I mean, with the oil industry the way it is, and I don't really see it coming back at great guns. I think we need to diversify Alberta's economy, and agriculture is a big strength of ours here. And I think in this county, with the proximity to Calgary, with the distribution in the northeast side, we think it's an ideal location for us to continue to develop and grow. As mentioned, we'll have about 50 jobs in phase one. Right now, we have about 50 to 60 people working out of the Solitera plant, and then we've got another 50 or so on the farming side, and then if you count the Trochu meat processing facility, it takes us to about 300 staff in the Kneehill County. And this would, by the time it ends, we'd be about 350, well, we'll be up to about 450 in the county, and we think that's a good thing, not only for the county, but for the urban municipalities within the county. So don't think I have much more to add, other than certainly happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Price. Are there any questions from council to Mr. Price? Councillor Penner.
Ray, would you be able to elaborate a little bit more on what a tri-generation system is, please?
Sure, yeah, the idea behind the tri-gen is that we have all of the, we'll have it, the greenhouse will be lit at night, and during the wintertime, in the wintertime at night, it won't be lit during the summer. So we've got special lights that go on. Some of them are high pressure sodium and some are LED. So they'll go on during the evening and early morning, so that we can have year-round production. We don't have enough light here during the winter to be able to produce effectively. So we think we want to do that year-round, and that'll get us into markets that normally we import tomatoes and strawberries from Southern California or Mexico during that time frame, and we'd like to replace that. In order to do that, it takes quite a lot of electricity. Our idea is to have a cogeneration or a tri-generation facility on site, which would have about 8 megawatts of power generation utilizing natural gas. With the natural gas utilization, we'll generate CO2. We'll use the CO2 in the greenhouse. We will actually produce less CO2 than what we would actually consume. There's about a 10% boost in production by adding CO2 into the greenhouse, so we need to have the CO2 one way or the other. And the other component is heat. And during the wintertime, obviously it gets a little chillier and we need to have heat going in. So rather than burn natural gas, which we will do in the boiler system, but as we're heating and putting the lights on, it'll actually generate heat for the greenhouse itself. So we'll have, off the cogen, we'll have electricity generated, heat generated, and CO2 all being utilized in the greenhouse. Is that, yeah.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Price? No. Councillor Kiever.
So where does the hot water come from?
So the hot water will be generated off of the cogen, and we actually will do it out of the boiler as well. But generally, the cogen will generate the hot water. It'll go into the tank, and then the tank is basically a heat sink, because during the day we don't need much. Even during the winter, we won't need much additional heat. But in the nighttime, we'll need the additional heat, so we'll take it out of the tank, circulate it through the greenhouse. So again, it's about I think it's about 1.5 million gallon tank that's really just a heat sink. It's not intended for utilization in the plants other than to capture the heat. So whenever we generate heat, either the cogen or the boilers, it goes into the tank and then is distributed basically at night. Even during the summertime, as you all know, sometimes it get a little chilly here in the summer, so we'll actually use the heat. We try to keep the greenhouse will probably be about 16 degrees at night, so even during the summertime we'll use a little bit of heat, but the bulk of it will be a heat sink for fall and winter and spring.
Any other questions? We'll no from council to Mr. Price. You'll get your opportunity, Mr. Freedy. Councillor Penner.
Another question that comes up is, I noticed you have blackout blinds. They'll be on an automatic thing. They're not always on, down, I should say.
Yeah, so the blackout blinds serve two purposes. One is to reduce the amount of light coming out of the greenhouse when the lights are on, but also at night. The technology is expanded quite a lot, so the blinds will go down and actually protect from heat loss as well. So they used to have blinds as an insulated curtain to keep the heat inside the greenhouse instead of losing it. In this case, certainly we'll put the blackout blinds down to reduce the amount of light and also to retain heat both in the winter and the fall and the spring. So yeah, they'll be, anytime the lights are on, they'll be down, but they'll also be down even when the lights are off because, for heat retention. And as a, sort of related to that, part of what we're doing in some of the, you can see the piping along that picture, that's the heat pipes going and distributing it, so we obviously need heat along the walls, so that'll be a part of it. But also, what we'll also be doing is it's totally vented, all automatically vented, so during summer days it'll open up, and then cooler days it'll close down, and it actually is very technologically advanced in terms of it will check the weather for us. So if there's a wind storm coming or something like that, wind is to get through the vents and pressurize becomes a problem. It'll actually turn the vents or close the vents down, anticipating bad weather. So it's a lot of technology in the greenhouse for sure.
Does council have any other questions for Mr. Price? Well, looks like you've answered the questions, Mr. Price, so I'll go on to the next part here, and I will now ask administration to come forward to read any written submissions that are in favor of the proposed bylaw. And anytime you're ready, Barb.
Okay, we've received one letter of support from the Village of Acme. So it is in support of the Kneehill Land Use Bylaw proposed amendment for the purpose of redesignating the specific area known as the southwest of 302925, 121.56 acres from Ag District to Ag Business District for commercial greenhouses. The Council of the Village of Acme has full confidence in the public hearing and decision-making process undertaken by the county. The Council of the Village of Acme appreciates the regional benefits to be gained from the new greenhouses and looks forward to working together with Sunterra Farms Limited and Kneehill County to maximize local benefit from this new venture. And that's signed by the CAO.
All right, thank you. And now I will call on individuals in the order they appear on the individual speakers list in favor of the bylaw to come forward to make your presentation. I remind you that you have 5 minutes to speak. And looking at the sheet, there is no one that has put their name down, so we go on to the next. I'll now ask on individuals speaking as a group in the order they appear on the group list in favor of the bylaw to come forward to make your presentations. I will remind you, you have 10 minutes to speak. And there's nobody as a group in favor of. Alrighty, so the next, I will now call on administration to come forward to read the written submissions that are in opposition of the proposed bylaw, and you stated there was none.
No, we received nothing.
Okay. I will now call on individuals in the order that they appear in the individual speakers list in opposition to come forward to make your presentation. Well, I have one name here, Mr. Freedy. If you would like to come forward, state your name and present your information.
Okay, basically, I'm not necessarily in opposition, but you only had a choice either in favor or opposition, right? Basically, what it boils down to, I have a few questions I would like to ask. One of the questions is the activity of the earth-moving equipment that has already been going on for 2 weeks. I thought this was proposal was only going to be approved by council either today or shortly here. What exactly this activity is that is going on there at present.
Okay, that's a question. I will let that question go to our planner, Ms. Hazelton. She is...
Yeah, so we can provide them with a development permit to excavate, which we have done in this case, and they do it at their risk, knowing that they aren't approved yet, and they were made aware of that when we issued the development, or that development permit to excavate. So we don't do that very often, but there are cases where a project is of large scale and they want to get some of the earth moved before frost. And so that's what they have been permitted to do.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Freedy?
That answers that question. I have
Okay.
one other question, that is in regards to, well, actually one or two. So I take it from the pictures I have seen, this is a hydroponic. In other words, the plants are grown in water. Is that correct?
That would be a question for Mr. Price, and he's...
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that just leads me to my last question is the amount of water that they expect to take out of the ground. So I live approximately 4 kilometers, mainly north and slightly east of there, and I have a well. I don't use an awful lot of water, but I'm just looking at what would happen if they would use so much water that eventually my well dries up. Would I in any way have any recourse to reimburse for them in lowering the aquifer level to the point where I no longer have water for my well?
I don't know who to direct this question to, probably Barb, seeing how you're sitting there. But it is done through Alberta Environment as licensed wells.
Yes, they would be licensed, and I know they're using multiple sources. So at this point, because they are going to capture rainwater and snowmelt as well, and then they are going to tie into the municipal service that we provide, so they do want a couple risers on site also. So I do know that, and there is opportunity through that license process to make your concerns known. They do advertise that in the paper, and you can provide comment to Alberta Environment as well at that.
So is anybody going to be monitoring the aquifer, that if the water level is going down?
That is something that Alberta Environment will oversee. Okay?
Well, basically, I only had a number of questions that I wanted to have some answers to, and best I can tell, I received the answers, so I'm not necessarily in opposition to the project.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Freedy. I know you would put your hand up earlier, but because of the process we follow, you do get your opportunity. All right, so you have no further questions? No. All right. I will now call on individuals in the order they appear on the individual speakers list in opposition to come forward and make your presentation. And there are none. So I will now ask individuals in the order they appear on the group. Oh, wait a minute. I missed that one. Yeah, I already said that, group one, right? All right. Yeah, there were none. I will now ask one final time if there is anyone else present who wishes to speak in support or opposition to proposed bylaw 1825. Barb, you don't have anything for written letters that are neither in favor or opposition to?
Nothing else.
All righty. So, does the applicant wish to offer a rebuttal? I will remind you that you have 10 minutes. Welcome back, Mr. Price.
This is the first time you said that, Jerry.
Oh, sure, rub it in.
Yeah, no, appreciate the opportunity. Just a couple clarification. The water, it is hydroponic. The plants actually grow in cocoa peat, but it's really the water that carries the fertilizer and all of the nutrients for the plants. So it's really hydroponic, even though there's a bit of cocoa peat for the roots to bind to. Second thing is I support Barb's Alberta Environment issues around the water wells. We've drilled a few wells on the property just to see what kind of water. We're already in the process of having to have a monitor well for any of the wells that we end up licensing, and it's about, from what we understand, it's a 3 to 4 month process to license, and Alberta Environment monitors both the licensing and approves the license, and also the monitoring over time, and we actually have to drill wells to monitor the amount of water that we would actually consume. With the snow melt and the rainfall, we anticipate a significant portion of the water being utilized that comes out of the sky. So the actual water usage is probably less than anticipated. And just in comparison to, I think the other important point is indoor greenhouses of this type of the technology use between 1/10 and 1/6 of the water that an outside plant would use. So a strawberry or a tomato plant that is outside uses somewhere between 6 and 10 times as much water as what we would here. And with the recycling, it's actually probably more closer to the 10 times less water than what you'd normally see. So even though it might look like a reasonable amount of water be used, in terms of the overall production and the efficiency of water use, it's significantly better for the environment to be able to utilize it in a greenhouse.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Price. Does council have any further questions for Mr. Price? All right, one more time. Anybody else got any questions for Mr. Price? Okay, I will now declare the public hearing closed and ask for a motion to go back into regular council meeting.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion, Councillor Penner, to move us back into regular council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you for coming. And I guess we go on to our next agenda item. All right, corporate services, 7.1, tax forfeiture properties. I'm gonna get this thing started so you guys can't leave. I'm kidding. You can leave if you'd like.
There we go. Morning, Mr. Even Council.
Morning.
I hope you all had a nice Thanksgiving weekend.
Better than the turkey.
That is true, but it was darn good. I'm here today to give you an update on our tax forfeiture properties. The 2020 tax sale was set for Thursday, October 15th, and you did this at your July 21st council meeting, and that would have been for all properties that still remained on the tax arrears listing and had unpaid taxes remaining. Administration is pleased to advise council that all properties that were on the March 2019 tax arrears listing have either paid or will be paying their taxes in full or entered into a tax agreement with the county, therefore no sale will be held. In addition, we'd like to advise that the property the county took for non-payment of taxes in 2019 and subsequently transferred the property to the county after it was not sold at public auction, which was the acreage in the north part of the county, will have a satisfactory ending soon. We have been in contact with the owner, and we are working with the previous owner, and we are working with him to pay his outstanding balance in full and revert the property back to him. So he'll pay the full balance, including all penalties, 2020 taxes, and hopefully we'll have that completed by the end of the year, and we can revert the property back to him. And then I'm also going to encourage him to get onto our monthly tax installment payment plan beginning in January so we don't run into this problem again. And that's all I had for that.
Okay, are there any questions for Ms. Severson from council? Does anyone care to make a motion? Councillor Christie.
I'll move to accept the report for information as presented.
All right, we have a motion before us to receive for information. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. 7.2, electronic transmission of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. And today I'm also bringing back to you the electronic transmission of documents bylaw. We had first reading back at the August 18th council meeting. And at that time, we also started a campaign of advising our residents that we were looking at this option for them and asked them to get back with any feedback to us. Section 608 of the MGA indicates that a bylaw must be passed that will allow a document to be sent by electronic means if the recipient has consented to receive documents from the sender by those electronic means and has provided an email address, website, or other electronic address to the sender for that purpose. And it is possible to make a copy of the document from the electronic transmission. The county systems are set up to send notices to our customers electronically. We are already doing this with our utility billings and very shortly other financial records and invoicing. The notice is sent as a PDF attachment to the customer's email account, which allows them to then print it off if they wish. We've had no issues with the utility billings, and it has been working for the last couple of years. As new accounts are added or new customers come into the county, we undertake on the request for emailed, or the uptake on the request for emailed bills is increasing. There is a requirement in the MGA that customers wishing to receive their tax notices by email instead of mail will be required to provide authorization to us, and this authorization has been created. We have included all documents relating to taxation, utilities, and accounts receivable in this bylaw to ensure that we are in compliance now and in the future. The bylaw is really only required right now for tax notices, but we've included everything that we do in our billing system just to ensure if in the future we need to make that addition, we already have it. During the current situation in the world regarding the pandemic, it's become apparent that the ability for the business to deal with customers efficiently and effectively is changing, and the options to receive bills electronically is expected. We had several industrial clients contact us prior to this year's notices being mailed and requesting them via email. They were sent both ways at the time to accommodate the client and the requirements of the MGA, as no bylaw was in place yet. We foresee that 90% of our industrial clients will request further notices to be emailed. One of the considerations was to advise our residents of the bylaw, which we have done. The feedback that was provided has all been extremely positive. We didn't get a lot of feedback, but what we did get was positive. I've also received a lot of applications already signed and ready to be inputted into the system for electronic transmission of the tax notices for next year. So hopefully we can get a communication out and get people signed up. We'll have the form on our website for them to just even do it electronically, and it'll automatically come to me, and then we can add it to their client base. So hopefully it goes smoothly and we get a good uptake, and I think each year we'll get more and more as it goes on. The one drawback to this is that every notice is a single email. We can't do a stack of email or PDFs in one email because it's done through the system and it has to go individually. That'll be a drawback probably for a couple of our large industrial clients because that's a lot of emails then. So hopefully I've requested that our financial system that we work with, that they look at updating that and looking at a solution to that. I can do it manually, and there's not a lot of them, so it would be, I can just print them, scan them, and send them as a PDF as well to avoid the mailing costs. It's just a little more administration that way. But for the most part, that's very few of our clients. The rest are probably going to be quite happy with this. So today, if we can have second and third reading given to the bylaw, then we can move forward.
Are there any questions for Ms. Severson from council? Nope. What's council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
I make the motion that council gives second reading to bylaw 1824, that being a bylaw for the electronic transmission of documents.
All right, we have a motion before us to give second reading to bylaw 1824 as presented. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Anyone care to? Oh, Councillor Christie.
I'll make a motion to give third and final reading to bylaw 1824.
Okay, motion before us to give third reading to bylaw 1824. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
Thank you,
Okay.
council.
Thanks, Carolyn. Our next agenda item is 8.1. Highway 21 Corridor Crime Watch Association. Mr. Hogan, anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through you to council. This is an item that appeared before council some time ago. Council directed administration to go back and seek additional information from the group regarding a few of their operations and whatnot. So administration did pose questions to the group, and we did ask if they would consider coming as a delegation to council. They were unable to work out to find a workable time for one of their members to attend, but they did provide some of the additional information that council sees in the RFD. So we have, they did provide some structural information. So they are a nonprofit society that was formed in 2016. They, of course, as council is aware, Rural Crime Watch is a broader organization with subchapters throughout and around the different areas, and this is one of them. They did confirm that the physical boundaries align with the Three Hills RCMP detachment, and provided some other information, some of which council has seen before in terms of who else has funded them, and gave some background to what funds they've received so far are being utilized for. And the question is before council today as to whether or not you would like to approve support of the society. And if so, we're recommending that that be in the amount of $1,000. Council is, of course, free to provide that support in that amount or any other amount. Council's free to not provide support. And council's free to, if you don't feel that you've got, again, enough information to go ahead, you can always send us back with more specific questions to find out more.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan. Are there any questions for Mr. Hogan, or what are council's wishes? Councillor Penner.
Just a question. It says that it is the boundaries of the Three Hills detachment. Do we know, is there an organization south of here that may come to us in the future, or what? But I'm just wondering if anybody knows, sits on that committee. Because technically the boundary is the Three Hills Creek, isn't it? So
Yes.
For one of the detachments. We've got 4 other detachments in our county area. Councillor Christie.
Well, anything we can do to shut down rural crime is important. So on that point, I'm going to make the motion to support this Crime Watch Association in the amount of $1,000 with funds coming out of the 2020 operating budget.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to provide support to Highway 21 Corridor Crime Watch Association in the amount of $1,000. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Hugo.
Yes, I'd like to know, is this a one-time donation, or is this going to be an ongoing one? As they've said in their talking points that some of the donations are annual and others have been a one-time sponsorship. What are we looking for?
I guess it's whatever we decide.
So it would come back to us every year if we just decided to do a...
No, if we decide that this is a one-time donation, we could amend the motion to say it's a one-time.
It sort of says that when it's a 2020 operating budget.
I guess if we do get another request next year, we can revisit it. But this is strictly for this year. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Oh, sorry, Mr. Hogan.
Just to follow up on the previous question, the way the motion is worded, we're treating this as a one-time grant to come from the budget this year. Obviously that doesn't stop them from applying next year or coming back to council looking for additional funding next year, at which point that you would weigh that and decide yea or nay.
Well, that's better than the policing option we have right now. Because they are coming back next year and it is going to be higher than this year's. But maybe sometime down the line we will get additional RCMP officers. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried. We got time for one more. 9.1, Discovery Fair and Ratepayer Evening, Mr. Hogan.
Okay, so the item before you is a discussion on the ratepayer evenings that we're looking at hosting. As council will recall, when we approved the budget, we were looking at having 2 of these events, one in Carbon, one in Torrington. Council later on postponed those dates, just given the COVID pandemic and outbreak that we were having. We did postpone those to undetermined dates later on in 2020, awaiting to see what would happen with COVID, if we would see restrictions loosened up, if we would see a second wave, all those sorts of factors that were unknowns at the time. We are getting to a point in the year where we're running out of year to host the event or events, depending on which directions we go. So we're looking for some guidance and some direction from council as to what council's wishes are for this event or what we're hoping to achieve. We have noted that we are seeing an increase in the number of COVID cases within the province. We are not seeing the restrictions being lifted. We're still seeing all the health warnings being to restrict gatherings and continue working from home, these types of factors. And so we're posing the question to council as to what council would like to see with this event for this year, just given that as the time is drawing to an end on 2020, we obviously need time to prep the event, to plan it, to book things, to make those happen. The council has a number of options open to you here. Is you can choose to proceed with the 2 as planned. You can scale them back in some fashion, which may mean altering the locations or altering the number, say dropping to 1. You may look at these and suggest that, given what we're seeing with the pandemic, that these might not be events to hold where we're gathering large members of the public to come together. So I know that council finds value in having the opportunity for ratepayers to engage at these events, and the administration feels that that's a really great opportunity and something very positive that we do as well. Need to put out to council, administratively, we do have some concerns with the event, just as the individuals who would be there working at it. If council did choose to go ahead, I know one of the strengths from past events is that we had 1 person from every single department at the event. If council did choose to go ahead with the event in some fashion, I think administratively you'd see us have a discussion with you, or we'd like to, if we did go ahead, we'd like to very much reduce that presence at the event that we were there. We have some concerns putting a number of our managers and supervisors into one room like that, and if something happens that impacts our ability or our resiliency here within the organization. So if council does go ahead, we would still have a staff presence, but you likely would see it greatly reduced from last year. Going forward into 2021, as you'll see in the draft budget, we are still planning a return to the 2 events per year, similar to the previous structure where we would have a member of each department there, assuming that at the times that those came along, that we were still, that COVID was behind us and not something that was still beside us. So we are still looking at a return to what we were doing before. We're just seeking some guidance around this year's events.
Thanks, Mike. Questions, comments, concerns? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm not sure if it's even a question, though it, in my mind, is. How likely are we to have enough interest to make it worthwhile? I guess that's my concern. I've been noticing a lot of events aren't attended because people just don't want to be put into that vulnerable spot. And so I'm hesitant to go ahead with it, to be honest. But if there's any indicators that people have been contacting us or interested to see something like that, come to your office.
Through Mr. Reeve to respond to that, we can't obviously say what the appetite would be out there. We do know that at this event, as example, last year we did provide a meal. We know this year we can't. So there's not the provision of a meal does tend to bring people out. We know we're not going to be doing that this year. So that would influence the numbers. We don't have, obviously the public is always in favor and wanting methods of engagement or us to put communication out, but we haven't had any calls into the office specifically saying, you need to do this year, or asking us when it's going to occur or anything like that. So if council chose not to go with that, or not to go with an event this year, administration, we'd have to put our heads together and see, are there other ways that we can get some of that information out there, whether that's digitally or not. We do recognize there are limitations to that, just given the internet connectivity. A large portion of our populace is not necessarily keen on accessing things through a digital medium, right? So it does present limitations, but there's some things like that that could be done.
Councillor Penner.
These events are valuable. It's just another option for our ratepayers to attend. But I did ask a few ratepayers in my area what they thought of it. They liked the idea and it liked the momentum, even though some of them had never attended one, but they'd heard a lot about them. But I said, are you prepared to wear a mask? Because it most likely will be mandatory. And they said no. So they said they would not be attending anyhow. So I don't think the numbers will be there. And with the rise in the COVID numbers, I don't think we should be going ahead with it.
Councillor Kiever.
We don't have anything real majorly exciting to share with the ratepayers right now, do we, that they haven't already been able to access for information?
I guess it depends on your definition of excitement, and how the ratepayers view that.
Might be excited in 2 days from now.
Yeah. Well, one of the benefits of the prime benefit of the event is the transparency component, because even the events that we had, there was nothing at the event that we had in Acme or Trochu last year that an individual couldn't have accessed that information by phoning us, sending us an email, coming into the office, or anything like that. So, the event itself is not new, or providing new information. That being said, one of the internal discussions that we've had for looking ahead into 2021 is possibly altering the event so it's not as much on a departmental basis, but more on an event or an issue basis, or call it a trend basis. What are tying in a bit more engagement into the event than pure information sharing. But that's a discussion for budget and for later as to whether that's the desire council wants to see. The primary benefit of the event is the very tangible transparency and openness that the county can demonstrate by holding it. That is, whether people choose to attend or not, they had the option to attend, and they could have accessed any answer to any question. And so when you're doing that, you're not hiding from anything, because it's right there. They can show up, they can ask. That being said, given again what we're seeing in the middle of a pandemic, there's some other external factors at play that if council decides may be good reason to postpone that. The other thing that we're discussing internally as a suggestion to you going forward, again, I said we're hoping to return to the 2 events per year, and to do that is altering the timeline of them. And again, this is one of those future discussions. It doesn't tie in necessarily to the event today, but talking about, if I mentioned that we wanted to look at how do we do different sorts of engagement at those events. I think what you're going to see is a recommendation come back from us administratively that rather than have it near the end of the year, we actually look to have these events in kind of that April-March type of time frame. What that allows us to do is, if we want input on the future budget, or we want to find out priorities that people have, that we can start tying that into strategic planning and the budget. Moving that event earlier in the year would allow us to do that. If there's merit in having that sort of discussion. That might be too early, but we recognize that agriculturally there's always something going on, right? And we just want to, we're always going to be overlapping with something. We're just trying to find a time frame where we're not overlapping with the really heavy, hectic stuff. Of course, this is, again, when we're later on in the year, we hit harvest for the period of time, which makes it difficult as well. And largely, as our internal discussions, if we use now as an example, we don't have a 2021 budget to go out and show people. We're already far enough advanced that if we went out and said, what do you think of this, this, and this, well, we're several months into our budget process already, right? So if there's going to be a big shift, that's something that we would have wanted to see months ago in terms of changing what we're doing or the direction that we're heading. So we have a few ideas. Again, that's a future discussion that we'll get into. But it is our intent to have that discussion with council as to the future of these events on the presumption that they're going to be returning to 2 a year in different parts of the county.
Well, I'm all for transparency and for meeting the ratepayers and answering their questions, but I certainly do not want to put staff in a position where they could be possibly exposed to something they don't necessarily need to be exposed to. And that kind of goes for council too. I mean, you can make it as safe as you can make it, but you can also turn it into a super spreader. And I don't want to see that happen either, but this is a decision that council has to make. And I would be inclined to say, maybe not now is the best time to hold something like this. I know that the incidence of COVID-19 is growing quite strongly in the province. I don't believe we have an issue here in the county, but I don't really want to create one either. So, Councillor Penner.
So it's saying that I'd make the motion that we postpone the Discovery Fair and Ratepayer Evening until 2021 or when gathering restrictions have been lifted.
Okay, we have a motion before us. I'll wait for that to come up on screen. While we're waiting, anyone care to make any more comments?
I think we're demonstrating more leadership by canceling than plowing ahead with something that, you know, I mean, is kind of dangerous at this point in time.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I have a question. Can we allocate the funds that we put to the side for this into the postponement so that we already have the money designated for it?
Carry over?
Yeah. How, do we need a motion to do that? Could we add it to the motion? Is it even necessary?
We could, through you, Mr. Reeve, to Deputy Reeve McGee, we could do that. We could do that as part of budget. We don't necessarily need a specific direction today. I can tell you that in the proposed 2021 budget, we already do have funding for 2 events next year included, which of course council can debate and approve or not. The other option that you may have is if we're not going to use that funding this year, then we do have the ability to maybe transfer some of that funding into some of those digital presences that I talked about, whether that's putting a video together or something, right? We can look at that option as well. So I think so the short answer is yes, you could do it. I think my recommendation is we already have that built into the 2021 budget. We can potentially leave that there and explore some other methods. I also know that on the 27th, when you see your variance report, we might want to keep that money sitting back anyway.
Thank you.
And I believe when we factor in the meal and the rental of the hall, these events I think are running about $7,000 a piece.
Okay, so we do have a motion before us. Is that the way you would like the motion to read, Councillor Penner?
It is, unless Glenn wants the word canceled for 2020 and is postponed. Okay, the word postponed, not canceled.
Probably cancel is a better word. There isn't much time left in the year to redo it.
We're saying, you know, to go into 2021, that the year is in there, but. Looks good.
You're good with that motion the way it reads? Okay, so we do have a motion before us. Councillor Penner has moved the council cancel the Discovery Fair and Ratepayer Evening until 2021, or when gathering restrictions have been lifted. Is there any discussion, any more discussion to that motion? No, don't see any, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay, thank you. We have a presentation due at 11. So I will recess and we'll come back. Well, it's 11 now, but a couple minutes, 3 minutes. One more agenda item, but I guess I was wrong. Welcome. We'll start with introductions and we'll start with, to my far right,
Jim Hugo. Glenn Keever.
Ken King.
Morning, Jerry Whitstock.
Faye McGee.
Debbie Penner?
Wade Christie.
And seated with us is CAO, Mr. Mike Hogan. Floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Make sure I get this thing right here. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to come speak about our request for Kneehill County support for the Trochu Senior Supportive Living Facility that we have developed with the Trochu Housing Corporation. As you're aware, we've been working on this project for a long time. Dates back to over about a century, a little over a century. And we previously had letters of support from the county and all the neighboring towns and villages. So with that, I'm going to pass this over to Shelley.
Thanks so much, Barry. I just, actually, I'm okay here. Are you? You're okay? I'm trying to keep my germs away from you because I'm from Edmonton. So I'm going to be as tight as I can be. Okay. Just make sure the microphone is, can you hear me?
Yep, we're good.
You're good? Okay. I just wanted to present to you about the beds. So right now, as you're aware, St. Mary's currently has 56 beds, and our plan is to reallocate those 56 beds into the new build. Although they won't be the exact same configuration of beds, that is our goal, is to be able to care for those who currently serve as anyone into the future. The benefit with this particular project is that there is room to expand, but at this time, the
Okay, thanks, Barry. Are there any questions from council to the delegation? Councillor King.
Sam, you ran through the numbers very quickly. In the letter, it talks about 25 million and 17 million. You mentioned the number 20 million, so I'm still trying to wrap my head around the numbers. So do you want to walk through those again, if you would, please?
Only be 20 million. When we visited with you back in November, I believe we used 25 million as an outside ballpark. We refined that to 20 million for the cash flow during the project. And the project itself is 32 million, made up of 19 million grant, 5 million life lease proceeds, and 8 million in borrowing.
So you're anticipating 19 million of those dollars to be through grant funding?
Yes, and that's at the 80% level.
And
The business case is supportable based on an 80% grant.
and 5 million in life lease?
Yes, the life lease are not part of any commitment that we're part of here. It's completely carried by the resident. The cost to build that is supported by deposits of 5 million by residents, and the balance is borrowed as a mortgage against the life lease, which is paid by life lease residents over the time that they live there.
And that's the 24 independent living?
That's correct.
And then you anticipate 8 million debt at the end of the project?
Yeah, after the 32 million project is built, after grants and after life lease deposits, we expect a net 8 million to be the mortgage for the 25 years.
So the 20 million backing is required for what period of time?
Certainly, normal construction would be less than 36 months from the date that we start digging in the ground. The project itself requires about 9 months of detailed planning from the concept, so it could quite easily be in the range of 48 months to a maximum of 5 years to basically pay down the project, to open the building, and carry then from that point forward only 8 million operating mortgage.
So the 8 million that's remaining at the end, the financial backing from that comes from the town of Trochu. Who carries that at that point?
We believe the town of Trochu and the project itself can support the 8 million. That's our intention.
So potentially what you're looking for is 60 months of sort of security.
Basically backing, yes. I equate it to having a child that goes to university and need to be covered for the loan during school. They take over the loan that remains.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Is there any other questions from council? Councillor Kiever?
The survey that was done, who was surveyed to come up with your numbers?
Okay, there was 2 surveys. One was done by the seniors in the community, and those were preferences for what they would like in the building. And the second survey was the demand survey, if that's the one you're referring to, was done independently by IBI Group, and it was done on a 70-kilometer radius of Trochu for the demand over 5, 10, 15 years. Basically, the data that they gather is data from Alberta Health Services and any data that's available by age groups, demographics, any data that's available for that area is gathered into the report to reflect the demographics over that time period. And then the number of beds that exist, there was an inventory of beds that currently exist versus the number of beds that would be required over the next 15 years.
So the number of people that were asked, what was the percentage that said yes to it, or no?
Well, I think as far as the survey that is the preferences from the community, there was almost 200 surveys taken of people in the Trochu area. So basically, if you're asking, the presentation is that we've been working with the community. It's been a community-driven project for the last 2 years at least. And we've been working with them to develop this project to this point, and then we're going to be having a public meeting on November 16th.
Answers your question, Mr. Keever?
No, not really, because I live in that 70-kilometer radius and I wasn't asked.
Well, the surveys we have that were done by the community were done probably as many as 3 years ago. And then we started the public consultation with development of the project in 24 months, last 24 months. We've had meetings at the Baptist Hall that's in Trochu. We've had probably at least 5 meetings over the past 2 years with the community. So again, that's been organized by the seniors primarily, because this project is really for them going forward.
Councillor Christie.
I guess my question, on the 24 independent units, is there a deposit or a serious letter of intent or something that guarantees that sale, or is it just a verbal agreement?
Deposit before they're built, required from the resident who signs the lease, and the 90% of the deposit would be required when the building is open for them to live there. And then they would pay a monthly rent after that. The deposit is money that's refundable to them, and then we would take the deposit from the next resident to replace that. So basically, the deposits cover the cost of construction, and the balance of construction is taken out as a mortgage. Again, this is a model that's been used. First, I came across it, had been used for the last 25 years in Edmonton by Capital Care Group, called a fairly standard light lease program, and more recently it's been in Allowance.
Councillor King.
I know that a lot of the conversation that's gone on around this project has referred to those 2 projects that you just referred to in Sundre and, sorry, what was the other? Olds, thank you. And I'm curious to know about the financial sustainability of those projects and how they are managing within their operating. You know, now that they're in place, now that they're built, now that they're there, are they sustainable? Are they viable in terms of operating and maintaining themselves?
Yes, Olds is definitely for the last 3 years. Sundre is approaching balance. It's net positive cash flow. It's just because of the amortization that puts it negative, but it's achieving that. And Mountain View Seniors Housing is also proposing a project in Carstairs based on an 80% grant based on the same model to submit for ASWE as well. And that's based on an 80% grant, which would be balanced budget from year 1.
So just as a follow-up, the 80% grant, that's pretty much realizable, or?
Yeah, it's a question. I mean, the last government we had was paying 100% for some, but they got to choose where they went. This is a competition. Sundre received just under 50% grant, but in the end, received funding also from CMHC and from Alberta Housing, in addition to the ASLE, which is the Minister of Health. And both projects that I'm
follow up again, I guess. So this 80% grant is the ASLI?
It's not necessarily all that. We are asking for that. If we don't get all of it from ASLI, we will also be approaching CMHC and Alberta Housing to fulfill that 19 million grant. We don't anticipate changing the business case because the feasibility is based on 80%.
So if you don't get the grant money, what happens to the project?
Well, we keep looking for the money. We have to keep going to ensure the government knows that this is a replacement project for 56 units in Trochu at St. Mary's. And it provides the ability for people to stay in their home community in a rural setting. And that they really need to supply more than 50% grant to do it. My understanding is from meeting with the MLA, the MP, and the Minister of Health, they understand that. And certainly, we need to ask for what you need, and that's what we need to make it work. Basically, we will continue to seek funding at that level because it doesn't make sense to really increase the borrowing on a project like this for the size and for the community. So the community commitment, I think, is maxed out, and 20% is the max.
So if you didn't get the grant funding and you had to keep looking, that extends the life. If we were to provide some kind of financial backing, that would extend the length of time that that financial backing would have to stay in place?
Yeah, that's what we would need is a letter of support, but the actual start date for that would be when there's a project budget approved, which means that all the funding is identified. So we have to get a letter of support to apply for the grant. And then when the project is approved is when all the funding is identified, including the 19 million.
So as long as our guarantee is in place, then our hands are tied if we need that money, basically, because we've guaranteed it to be in place for you.
Basically, it has not come up on any of the debt ratios in Mountain View County for any of the municipalities for a project of this type. And therefore, it would really just be a letter of backing. The order of events is that the housing corporation would pay the debt. The town would be the first line of support, and the county would be the second line. But basically, right now, we got requested to go seek debt limit extension from the ADM Municipal Affairs. We've gone through that process. And they've asked us to get firm commitment from AHS as well as data for the consultation process. So we're going forward with both of those. It is extraordinary for a town to get that amount, but it is safe if we have the backing of the county to at least apply for the grant. We need to show that there's backing.
So basically, you're asking us is to be serious about backing, but not necessarily to have to put any money out. So that letter of support says that if it was needed, we'd be serious, but otherwise, how does it not show on our debt servicing ratios?
Well, it's not a borrowing by the county. It's basically a borrowing by the Trochu, town of Trochu, or the Trochu Housing Corporation, and the corporation will repay all the amounts. And the town will be the first level of backing. And the second order of backing would be this letter of support that we have.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the question of the mayor of the town of Trochu, Mr. Kletke.
Sure.
How solid are you in your determination that the town of Trochu is prepared to back this loan and the residents in the town of Trochu are prepared to back this loan and back the town of Trochu moving forward?
Well, one of the reasons why we're doing our public open house or consultation on November 16th is to find that correct answer. As you guys, I think was in the presentation, realize that the town of Trochu has about $4.5 million borrowing capability. We have asked, we've requested to have that bumped way up.
Yeah.
Obviously, when the minister
So you're still in the process of finding out really whether the taxpayer base in the town of Trochu is prepared to stand behind the increased borrowing that's going to be required.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're going to present them with the business case. We're also going to present them with the impact it will have on the community of Trochu. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. Councilor King.
You can call me Ken. I guess then the next question I would have, or maybe information that would help me in this process as well, is we've never really seen a solid financial business case for this. And so one of the things that always makes us question what you're asking for is the numbers real? Can it actually service the debt? Can it actually work? And so when we look at a request like this, immediately, you hear all about the modeling and everything else that goes on in a lot of other places. And you hear that you have to have this many or that or whatever to make this thing viable. And so really to be able to have a solid consideration of the request, that business case is pretty important and pretty critical for us to consider.
Do you have any more questions, Mr. Councilor King?
Well, I guess I have a question of my own counsel is, are we interested in seeing that business case or do we want that information?
I have a quick question, and it's to do with security. If we did commit 20 million of our debt limit, what kind of security would the county have?
Well, certainly I don't think there'd be a problem having the project itself. And certainly, I can't speak for the town, and the town's speak beyond the project.
Well, I know every time the bank, I borrow money from the bank, they always want security. And it's not dollar for dollar. So I'm just asking the question here.
Well, the equity that starts off the loan is the land, and the town has basically contributed the land to the project. And then the grants themselves, when they're formally approved, become part of the equity as well. And so therefore the balance is what's owed, and certainly the banks in the projects I've been involved with, Acme Credit Union, Provincial, are more than willing to secure the full sum.
Okay. I guess one of the issues we have is because of our assessment base going down big time. I know we've lost about 3 million in debt service, well, not debt servicing, but debt limit in the past year. There's an announcement supposedly coming out in a couple of days here, 15th of October, if I got that correct, from Minister Allard, which could hit us pretty hard again. And there's no promises on what happens in the next year or two or three. I don't really want to commit a whole pile of money to something that we may have to use in the future for our needs, but that's a council decision. That's not anything to do with you. But you did mention Mountain View, and their requisitions to senior housing is multiplied immensely here in the last 5 years. Is that got anything to do with the old Sundre seniors complexes?
Only in the fact that Olds and Sundre required debt, and it was well above the
Okay, because I know it has gone up quite a bit since 2016, so. Are there any other questions from council? Comments? Councillor Christie.
What's the vacancy rate of Olds and Sundry? Or is it?
Olds and Sundry, for the last decade that I've been involved, have been close to 100%, except during this latest COVID-19. And we've come down to in the 90s, low 90s. But we are starting to take admissions again, and we're starting to replace those from our waiting list. We have been fortunate to have almost 100% occupancy with wait list over the last couple of years. Again, the guideline is not to overbill. Make sure you have adequate demand, and that includes having a bit of a wait list to manage over the time, to make sure that you stay full, because that's really the only way you can replace this now.
Is there currently a wait list in St. Mary's?
Not in the lodge. The lodge is got a low occupancy rate. I don't know how many of you visited the lodge, recognize that it is the state of the lodge that's creating that. And we sit between 95 and 100% all the time. The wait list doesn't really, we don't have a wait list because it's controlled by Alberta Health Services as they give us referrals. And we have been, there have been times when we've had people ask to go to St. Mary's and there simply hasn't been space and they go to another place. I don't know how often that is.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from council? Or, go ahead, Barry.
This one last thing here is, we worked really hard on this project, and we think we're at a potential sweet spot here. And we all know, all the towns, all the counties are potentially going to be facing a little tougher financial times going forward. The fact that AHS has realized that we need new beds, toured our facility in St. Mary's, and we've seen that we're in a situation where we're sharing washrooms, and it just isn't up to the level of care, the capability of the level of care as a community would like. So again, I think we're in a sweet spot. I think the MP's on side. I think the MLA and Minister of Housing, or Minister of Health, both have indicated that they think we got a good plan. So we're certainly hoping that we can keep the conversation going at the very least. So we do thank you again for the opportunity to present today.
Well, thanks for making your presentation, Mayor Kletke and Mr. Smalden. Sorry about that. And are there any other? No? Oh, Councillor King.
So just as a follow-up, I'm anticipating we'll see a business case for.
By all means, if you make a request, set the date and time.
Okay. Mr. Hogan.
If I may, Mr. Reeve, just a clarification question as I was writing down information on through there. So I think I heard it said that there'll be an $8 million in borrowing that'll be done through a 25-year mortgage?
At the takeout of the opening, yes.
Okay, and then that would be, and then the town of Trochu and the project would basically, would be paying for that mortgage for the.
The intention is for the business case to support that from year one.
Okay. So is it known what the, like how much of the project will be contributing towards that cost, or will it be contributing the whole thing or a partial amount, or? So,
The hope
okay.
is that the town itself will be protected from the project borrowing, that this would be a project borrowing paid for by a project business case.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for coming. We do appreciate the answers. It was good to have it out in the open here. Good luck with your grant structure. And we'll discuss this further in our council meeting.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. so our next agenda item is 9.2. Mr. Hogan.
Hey, this item that's before you is the standard requests we get for attending or meeting with different agencies at the annual RMA conferences, or the biannual ones. So this is one from the RCMP. It's the standard one that we get each year, and so we're posing the question to council. Do we have any issues that we would like to meet with the RCMP on? As a note, these issues are generally ones that we can't deal with at the local detachment level. They're looking to be broader in intent. Administratively, we don't have anything to put forward. We do know that rural crime continues to be an issue. We also know that the RCMP and the powers that be are very aware of this. The other component to this one is that, as council's aware, the RMA convention this year is completely digital. This meeting would be over Zoom, but other than that would be the same as in the past if we've met with them and sat in the room. So what we're looking for, are there any issues that council would like to bring up that they feel that we'd reply to this invitation in the affirmative? If there isn't, we just say thank you, but nothing at this time.
I think option B is where I'd like to go with it, but it's council's questions, thoughts, concerns. Councillor Christie.
I guess my question, not as much the RCMP, but the RMA, are we gonna Zoom from here or from home? Like, is there value to be
You want to wear
here?
pants or not?
It's optional. It's optional. Is there strength if we're here in a meeting versus at home on Zoom? I guess that's my question, as a group.
This would be something completely up to council. We could, as council's aware, we could facilitate the meeting from this room. You've also got that ability for the entire convention itself if you chose to.
We haven't got an agenda yet for any of this. Yeah, didn't think so. It's the networking that's really important for me when I go to that convention. But that being said, I imagine it's not going to drag out, or I hope it doesn't drag out. Well, getting back to the RCMP thing, what are council's wishes for that?
I think we go with option B, and I would agree with you, Reeve Whitstock, that we really don't have something to bring to them that is outside of what they're not already aware of. And so I would move that we decline the invitation at this time to meet with them.
Okay, so we have a motion before us to not participate. Is there any discussion to that motion? I think they know that our issue is rural crime. They fixed it. Well, we've paid to have it fixed. If there is no more discussion, call the question. All those in favor of the motion, and that is carried unanimously. 9.3, ICF Extension. Mr. Hogan.
As council is aware, when we signed the ICF agreement with the Village of Acme, there were a couple items that we agreed to within the agreement that we would come back to after the deadline and pick up additional conversations in. One of those was regarding the water and wastewater access or infrastructure access in that Acme area. We had set in the ICF a drop-dead date of finalizing that discussion. Otherwise, the municipalities would be heading to arbitration. That date was predicated on a number of things happening, one of which was the engineering being finalized around the lagoon in Acme. As we have gotten closer to that date, administratively, we've had discussions with Acme. There is still some of that information that they're waiting on. So that's on their side of things. On our side, kind of ties into the presentation or the public hearing we had today. There's possibly discussions that the county needs to have around what we view as that area, what we view might be existing for future infrastructure needs or access to those. And again, those are questions that we don't know the answers to right now. So given that there's some question marks on the village's side and some question marks on the county's side, administratively, we're recommending to the councils that we push those deadlines off another 6 months. And with that, the village, at least administratively, is acceptable of that approach, with the caveat that they would like to have a joint meeting with council at some point to discuss what the overall intent or what the overall call it concept would be for development north of Acme. Obviously, they're heavily impacted by that. This would be something a little in addition to the mechanisms outlined in the intermunicipal development plan, but that was the request. Administratively, we don't see any concerns with that in having realistically under the ICFs, we have to, where COVID again has put this on the back burner, but under the ICFs, we do outline in them that we're going to meet jointly with the councils anyway. So there are mechanisms in place for this. It's likely something that we would have been doing anyway. So we're recommending that that council approve the memorandum of understanding to extend discussion deadlines regarding water and wastewater services with the village of Acme.
Questions, comments, concerns? It's council's wishes here. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I would like to make the motion to extend the discussion deadline by 6 months or, 6 months.
That was their request, 6 months? Mr. Hogan?
It was mutual.
Mutual? Okay.
We kind of needed a date to put in, and we determined that 6 months would be not too short, that we'd be coming back right away, but also not too long to prolong it either.
Well, we knew the November 1st date was not going to work, so. Okay, so we have a motion before us to extend the discussion deadlines another 6 months. Discussion to that prior to the question? Okay, no discussion to that. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. What do you want to do here? Are we doing lunch or what's happening? Okay, well then we'll keep on going. Okay. Okay, how much do I get out of it? I get nothing. Oh no, I get lunch, sorry. All right, so let's break or go into recess at 11:45. Oh, okay. And that's what they're saying. You get thousands of dollars. Highway 21. And what they're concentrating on is down there on the Delta, because they want that up there. Well, I think so. Well, okay, what happens if we have somebody from the south there? Yeah, I don't even know when that's going to arrive. How long, that doesn't take long. How long does it take to get from there to here? Okay, I'll bring the meeting back to order. Next agenda item is 9.4, provincial policing priorities. Mr. Hogan, again.
All right, this item that's before you is a survey being conducted by the new board that they've put together. As you've commented on, the municipalities or rural municipalities are now required to contribute towards policing costs. We haven't seen the increased service that was promised along with that yet, but we have seen the bills come in already. As part of that process, there was an interim board established to cover off the province to act as a liaison with the group. They have put out a survey, and they're asking that each municipality complete one and return back to them around where, to get an idea of where policing is currently at and what priorities they should be pursuing. So what we did is we got our hands on all of the survey questions so that we didn't have to work through it here at a meeting. And we've highlighted and a number of answers. We put in numbers to rank them. These are only our proposals. Council is free to go a different direction or to alter those responses. One thing that we will note is we did have, when we got into the stream of questions that were regarding a police oversight body, we do have a police advisory committee that does look after, does deal and work with one or two of the detachments. We've answered those questions no, because our understanding is that it's acting as a liaison. It's not acting as an oversight group. And so that's why we've answered those no, even though we do have a PAC in place. So that's just a little bit of clarity on those questions. But what we've tried to set up is if council is good with the answers, then we can submit them as such. If you would like to change them, then as a council, please do, and we will submit the answers as you'd like to see them. Perhaps the only other thing to note is more just a administrative thing. There were several other questions within the survey. However, they were the ones, what is the name of your municipality? What's your population? Things like that. So we haven't included those in here. Those are just factual things that we write in as part of the survey.
So how do you want to do this? Go through one at a time, or just accept the answers, or what is council's wish?
I'm content with the way it's done.
Yeah, I wandered through it last night, and I didn't see anything there that I was really offside with, so.
Well, our attachment the last 12 months has been up in the air with no CO or no commanding officer, which is now in place apparently. Yeah, so that might give us some stability.
Well, in the past, we have met with them, but it was more of a cordial. So I'm good with the answers.
I'm just wondering on number 10, since we seem to have the majority of our crime being done by the same group, should our focus on, focus on prolific offenders, shouldn't that be higher in our list other than other one? Because they do know who they are, and if they do concentrate on them, or they do know they're there, that maybe should move up the list, and now they're being number 9.
No, that's more the judicial system, the catch and release program, than it is the policing system.
No, but they do go out, and if the guys do know that the police are kind of keeping an eye on them, it does help a little bit. This is just something out there because it's been brought up at the PAC before, how the RCMP are kind of trying to target the repeat offenders all the time. So I'm just wondering if maybe that should be in our.
It's when they comment that the top 100 offenders are responsible for 80% of the crime involved.
Yeah.
To the repeat offender or to the judge? Ooh, said that out loud, didn't I? Damn it.
So if council would like to move that up, where would you like to place it?
Maybe 7. We have a lot of crimes against persons in Not according to the latest stats, I mean, I don't believe you.
Councillor King.
Yeah, if you put that at 7 and then that bumped 7 to 8 and 8 to 9, it's not a big deal because I don't know how much proactive and community stuff they're doing in our area anyway. School resource officers, we're doing more of that than they are, so.
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
Any other one?
If nobody has any others, I'll make the motion. You good, Jim? Do you want?
Here again, number 11, 911 response line, should that be higher than the engaging with the municipality, reporting setting priorities, communication on service? So number 5 could go to number 3. I think it's important that we get 911 response time down a little bit compared to engaging with the municipality. I think they engage with us through the BAC most of the time. And there again, that's usually just crime stats.
Would you put that before community visibility?
Would you put that before community visibility then? Make it actually a number 2, and then community visibility 3, 4 would be engaging, and 5 would be communication?
No, I think I'd like to see the community visibility to stay as number 2, because that does deter a little bit, and that's where our county officers do help a little bit, is that they do see that car coming along. So I think community visibility should be higher, and then the number 3 should be the 911 response times. And then the other 2 move up 1.
Okay, no problem.
So we're good with a 45-minute response? I don't know, just being the devil's advocate here.
Sometimes they don't even come out.
Is it 911 that's slow, or that there's no respond from that?
No, most of the time they're on the other side of the county, and it's gonna take them, however long to get there.
That isn't the 911 people's fault.
No, but the response, doesn't the 911 response time refer to how fast the RCMP respond to your 911 call?
In the context of the survey, we'd say that it does.
Because I know when Ron's gas was broken into, 2.5 hours later. Yeah, okay, when Ron's gas was broken into, it was 2.5 hours later. And because of the 911 response time is slow, we do have a lot of crimes that do go on that aren't reported.
But if you have a true emergency and you're phoning 911, I mean, I'm not gonna sit there and twiddle my thumbs for 45 minutes while somebody's crawling around in my yard.
See, in the context of policing, I would say our 911 response times are very, very poor. In context of anything else, in terms of emergency services within our area, we are very fortunate. For being a rural area, we have good coverage, but as far as if you have an issue where you need police to respond, then we have a big problem. I would agree.
So would council like to see that moved up to number 2, number 3?
I personally would prefer it at number 2, just because I think that's an even better deterrent. Your repeat offenders, they know that 911 takes 3 hours, who cares? Yes. Pros know what the response time is, and they use that.
think I would agree with that we move it there.
So what's number one? Can we go through the list here, please?
Fill vacancies would be number one. Sorry, fill vacancies would be what I was thinking, keep that at number one. Just bumped 911 response times to number two and then keep that same pattern.
You good with that, Jim?
Yes, I am.
Good points, thanks for bringing that up, Jim.
Okay, so did you make a motion, Councillor Penner?
No, not quite.
Not quite.
But I will make that motion with the amendments that Council direct administration to submit the provincial policing priority survey with the changes.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. And is up on the screen? Yes, it is. That's the way you would like to see that motion? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Lunch is here. Okay, we will recess and come back ASAP. In closed session for FOIP Section 2.5. All those in favor? Carried. Okay, we are back in session. The gallery has been refilled. And our next agenda item is 10.1. Welcome back, Ms. Hazelton.
Thank you. So we're just doing the follow-up. We had a public hearing today at 10 a.m. regarding a redesignation from the Ag District to the Agricultural Business District. And this is for David and Isabel Price that have applied to redesignate 121.56 acres of the southwest of 30, 29, 25, west of 4 from the Ag District to Ag Business District. We've been through all of this just recently this morning, so I'm not going to read the rest of it, but we are looking for second and third reading in order to approve the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions for the planner at this point in time? If not, is someone prepared to make a motion? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to accept or to pass second reading of bylaw 1825 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion before us to have second reading to bylaw 1825. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that we do third reading of proposed bylaw 1825 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 and redesignate a portion of southwest 30, 29, 25, west of 4 from agriculture district to agricultural business district.
Okay, we've got a motion before us to give third reading to proposed bylaw 1825. Last chance, any discussion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hazelton. Next agenda item, disposition of delegate and public hearing business, would be the town of Trochu Housing Corporation request. Okay. Councillor King.
I guess based on our conversation, we were looking for additional information. We made some of those requests of the delegates when they were here from the Trochu Housing Corporation. And one of the things myself personally I'm looking for is the business case as we discussed with them. And I would also be very interested in seeing the results of their resident support from the meeting on November the 16th. And so I think what we need to be doing is asking the town of Trochu to provide us with some further information and to bring that back to us at a future date.
Okay, so you're looking for information on a business case scenario and also buy-in from the community? Is that where? Yes. Okay. Is there any discussion to that motion? Comments, concerns? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Yeah, I definitely agree that we need more information. There's all kinds of angles that we have to be sure we're confident at if we go forward with any type of consideration. So yes, I agree 100%.
Okay. Could we get clarification on the 20 million ask? It just doesn't seem to make sense that there's an ask for 20 million, but nothing's going ahead until the money is, the grants are provided. Councillor King?
I was just going to say, the motion could just read that we're looking to obtain the business plan along with additional supportive information from the town of, or from the Trochu Seniors Housing Corp. And then we can clarify with administration what it is exactly we're looking for.
Okay. So I'll wait for that motion to come up on screen. No pressure there, Carolyn.
It's easy to do when everybody's watching you, isn't it? Does that suit what we're looking for? I'm just asking you as council, and then we can outline for administration the individual points that we're looking for?
I'd be willing to support that motion. Is there any more discussion?
Change my name to Councillor X.
Okay, so we have a motion on the screen. Is that the way you would like that motion to read, Councillor King?
I think it covers what we need, and then.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it covers what we need, and then, as I said, we need just outline for our administration exactly what it is that we're looking for.
Okay, very good. All right, is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. All righty, council and committee reports. We have the Police Advisory Committee, Kneehill Regional Family and Community FCSS, and Community Futures minutes. Anyone want to add anything to it? Councillor Christie.
Community Futures were informed after the meeting in October that the RRF fund is being refunded or doubled up on by the federal government. So they've got a whole new round of that RRF funding. But there's no, in my last emails, there's no real direction on exactly how much or what the criteria is, but it'll be similar. So it was something north of 900,000 that was given out last time. So that's available again because of coronavirus.
So it's a federal program? And there's no information, huh? Imagine that. All righty. Deputy Reeve McGee.
Jim, you're on the advisory committee meeting group, are you not? Police advisory? Yep. Did you miss that meeting? Because I don't see your name, so I was just wondering. Okay, thanks.
You can see there's not much really discussed at most of these meetings. It's just more of a quick overview of what basically happens in Elnora and Delver most of the time.
There's a question. There's one thing that came out of that when Natalie mentioned that she was the only one capable of doing traffic stops. Are we bringing our other peace officers up to the level where they can do that as well? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the update.
So is it a Red Deer County peace officer that's training to become a drone pilot? Okay. Is drones are big enough to use cruise missiles, are they, or? Okay. Does anyone care to make a motion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Move to receive the reports as they were presented and thank everyone for presenting them.
Okay, we have a motion before us to receive for information. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Council follow-up action list.
I just have a question.
Councillor Penner.
In regard to 280, with the Tolman Bridge Ferry Campgrounds, have we heard anything? I know it says the fall, because we're going into budget season now. Have we heard anything anymore? Another question to do with behind the building here, utilizing the area behind the building. Where is that at with discussions, or has it started? Or?
So we do have a couple of administrative members working on that. So they have canvassed a number of parties, and actually I've got I wasn't in on Friday, but I did get an update on it, so I have to go through that. It doesn't sound like there's anybody jumping forward in. I guess I'll back that statement up a little bit. There are some groups interested. We're not sure right now. There's groups interested that wouldn't require more input from the county in terms of upkeep and things like that. So we're just kind of exploring some of those things and possibly looking at broadening it out now. You know, these were targeted questions that we went out and asked generally. So there's some discussion whether we would put this out more publicly or broadly in terms of other, you know, entities.
Councillor King.
Just wondering where we are on the status of the equipment from down south there, the sale of the surplus equipment from that property. Hope to have it all gone by then. And there's interest in it? As far as I know, yes. Okay, thank you.
Anyone care to make a motion? Councillor Petter.
I'll make the motion that council receive the October 13th, 2020 council follow-up action list as presented for information.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion before us to receive for information as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And we are not looking for any motion. Oh, yes, we are. No, we're not. No, we're not. Okay. So that brings us to the end of our agenda. So I move adjournment at 2. Right on the dot. Okay, thank you.